Okay. Got the microphone back up. So, taking a look at these storms here, you can tell two ways that this is a weakening system. First of all, the thickness of the red has gone quite a way, from dark red to mostly orange to not even there. So as this is sweeping across Harford County, it is losing its steam pretty quickly, and you've got just a sliver of the orangish red here. As it moves across the bay, it might pick up a little steam, but it's not going to be able to do much. You've got these small cells in between the main two bow echo type cells. These may put out a little bit of lightning and some heavy showers as they move through Hanover and the 83 corridor from the PA line, Shrewsbury, Stewartstown type region, Spring Grove, but they're not severe at all. Nothing here is severe. All it is a lot of bark, no bite with this cell here. This is a small bow echo type setup, and it's starting to gust out, which is a good sign there. If you look closely, just around here, it gets this little bow-shaped line pushing out in front of it. And that is a sign that it's exhaling. This is the same exact spot where the last one did this, and it bowed out, pushed out right here in the center, big time. So this one may do that as well. This is like a weakening area for some reason as they cross these last couple of mountains, and they get in the valley right here where Winchester and 81, Martinsburg, Hagerstown run. These storms tend to fall apart there. Sometimes they flare back up when they get into the Frederick County and Montgomery County area, when they come down the hill from the peaks here of the Appalachian Trail. And then as they cross from the Frederick border area, Washington County to Frederick County, along the Washington County line, there is where basically the mountain exists. And it comes down that mountain, it kind of falls apart. The downsloping effect from going to 2,000 feet to the ground dropping out from under you can spin up a little tornado. But mainly what happens is at this time of night they start falling apart quickly, and it dumps out all the rain. So you get huge amounts of, just insane amounts of tropical storm-like downpours across the Baltimore County, Carroll County, Harford County area, and upper Anne Arundel County might get in on that action too, but just across the top, Montgomery County and Howard County will be in that as well. You can see the mountains reflecting right here, and you can tell by the dark spots on the map. That's that last ridge line there between Frederick and Hagerstown that you cross. There's a little damage report here, but this damage report just says it corrects the previous thunderstorm wind damage report from Myersville. One tree down due to thunderstorm winds along Harp Hill Road. Keep in mind, you're going to have diseased, dead trees, trees that are not rooted well, trees that are way overgrown and their limbs are out of balance, and it's already teetering on the edge of falling over. So can't account for a storm being severe just off of one report like that. If it had numerous reports all over the area, that would be a different story, but this is just a report that was put out by a storm spotter, so they have to record it. So the plus signs are lightning. See all these little pluses? how this works is, yeah, you've got steady. I was just getting ready to describe what's happening here. Harper's Ferry, Shepherdstown, Sharpstown, Keedysville, down to Brunswick, Charlestown. You got a very high output electrical storm in the middle of this line. All these plus signs here are lightning strikes to the ground. It doesn't account for the ones inside the cloud, so it could be 2 or 3 times as high. But these are the ones that are being counted are ground, cloud to ground strikes, CG they call it, CG. You hear the storm chasers talk about, oh, big CG. Well, that's what that means, big cloud to ground lightning strike. The white plus is fresh, just happened. And then as 15 minutes pass, it fades to a darker orange, yellow to dark orange, and then disappears, so that we know about how fast these storms are putting them out. And you can judge the life cycle of the storm off of that. So when a storm is strengthening and growing, you're seeing more and more reds appear and solidifying, and you start seeing more and more lightning strikes in a wider pattern. That means that storm is definitely strengthening. In this instance, this is slowing down. What we're seeing is the storm is getting wider, but the dark reds are turning orange and yellow, indicating that the thickness of the clouds are not as strong. And as that happens, it's raining itself out is what you're seeing. And as that happens, the lightning starts to decrease the rate of lightning, and you'll start seeing less and less plus signs showing up. On the storm over here, you can tell as it crossed Harford and Baltimore County, hardly any lightning strikes at all, and then it'll flare back up as it gets over the bay, and you'll see more lightning strikes start showing up, because it's easier for it to generate that lightning out over the water, and it'll pick up a little bit of power. But ultimately, if you look right here, over top of Middle River to Joppatown is a dark red, and as it gets over the bay, the latest return, it's just barely orange. So Martinsburg, it's passed through there just now already, and you are on the back side of it. Here's Martinsburg right here, just passed by. You should have hit the peak intensity maybe 20 minutes ago. It's over by Hagerstown now. It's just barely up into Hagerstown, but if you look on the camera, it's raining so hard in Hagerstown you can't see anything. That bottom right camera is that big tower cam. Normally we can see the roads and cars driving on the roads, but there is another little storm down further south of Petersburg, but looks like that's pretty much it for the night here for Western Maryland and the West Virginia Panhandle and the 81 corridor. Once this is done and passed by you and slowed down, you'll be good for the night. And you're fine now, really, to go to bed, as long as you're not plugged in everywhere and having a lot of equipment on. Now let's take a look at the surrounding cameras on the bottom right. So at 70 and 81, it's raining hard. It's raining so hard that you've got people with their flashers on going very slow. And this is night vision camera, so you can kind of see what's going on, but it's hard to tell. You can't really see rain or anything like that, but you can tell what the vehicles, what they're doing exactly. And the lightning is incredible. This is at 70 and 81, so this is Hagerstown. Route 70 is here, and then 81 branches off and goes north. This is just a very northern tip of the more strong part of the storm right here. It'll pass by quickly. If we go to the Hagerstown Tower, you can't see anything. just completely fuzzed out, and that's because the clouds are low and the rain is heavy, so you can't see anything at all. But if we go to the next camera, you can see the cars are coming down the highway, and then the lightning will light up the whole place. So this is Route 70 at 66, looking east towards Baltimore, not towards the mountains. So a good bit of lightning on that camera. And if we go to the South Mountain and look west, you can't really see the sky very well here, but it's a newer camera, so you can kind of see the road better. People are going slow from the heavy rain, but the trees aren't blowing around. If this was a wicked storm, these trees would be swaying big time. So you're going to have a lot of lightning. It's going to sound scary, but you guys are okay. It's going to be very loud, very bright flashes, but it's just a typical thunderstorm during the summer. Nothing severe going on. There's no severe warnings. There's no tornado warnings. There's no rotation in the storms. There might be a tiny little bit of hail if you get the part where it's moving across at the a lot of lightning being generated out of that area, like the Harper's Ferry area. When you see the lightning coming out of that general area, that's indicating the core of the storm, and that's where the hail is generated. The hail going up and down in that storm and rubbing each other together as it flies up and down inside that storm is what creates all that heavy lightning. So it's 70 and 144, everything's fine. Down 70, a couple miles. It's not even to Frederick yet. So it's just about to cross that peak. That's, what is that, South Mountain and Catoctin Mountain right there. You can see this big, yeah, there's South Mountain right here. So Route 70 and Route 40 cross right there at that high peak in between Frederick and Hagerstown. And we can look right there as that approaches that area. Should get a good view. And that is going to be west at South Mountain. We just looked at this a minute ago. Now look at the difference. You can see the sheets of rain coming down underneath the street lights. Looks like fog drifting in the distance. And that's because we're 2,000 feet up in the sky too, so almost 2,000 feet at that peak. When you cross that, what is that road right there? I can't remember the name of it. When you go underneath the bridge on Route 70, and then the Appalachian Trail's right there. It's Baltimore National Pike, I guess. Route 40, where it crosses over top of you. But you're at the peak of the mountain, and that's where the head of the Appalachian Trail starts in Maryland. And that's where we're at right here on this camera, on the bottom right. And you can see the trees are not swinging or swaying. The winds aren't that bad. They're only 10 or 20 miles an hour at the most, so not a wicked storm. It sounds wicked. It's got a lot of bark, but it's definitely not severe. But people are having trouble driving in the rain, so that heavy rain and fog mixed together, it can be hard to see what's going on. And in the middle camera, this is a color camera, and we're down by Arden on 81 and Route You can see the bottom end of the storm there. So our top camera is by Hagerstown, right here where it crosses the mountain. The Route 70 crosses the mountain and then goes downhill into Hagerstown, between Frederick and Hagerstown. And then our other camera is down here, 181, by Arden, which is around Winchester, and it's looking north at the bottom of the storm. So it's definitely losing its steam too. Even 20 minutes ago, as it was back here in the mountains all by itself, where there wasn't anything to, but like Route, what is it, 622 and 29 or something like that. You know, the back way from Winchester to Berkeley Springs. Those roads are where that was over here, and it was stronger there. Now it's starting to break up. If you look, the latest radar return, it's getting chunky. Instead of having solid reds, it's breaking down into orange with red blotches, and greens are penetrating in there now. So those last couple of radar returns are promising. Now, keep in mind, it could flare back up as it comes down the other side of this mountain. But once it's pushing through Harpers Ferry now, Keedysville, Hagerstown, it's going up the mountain of South Mountain and that chain, and then as it goes over, it'll ride down the other side and it'll pick up steam as it slides down the hill, just like a sled. They call it downsloping. And then it may gust out, and it's just a matter of raining itself out as it moves across Carroll County, Baltimore County, Harford County, just like this first one did. And if you look here, the first one, there's hardly anything left. As it's crossing the bay, it's stalling out and it's rained itself out. So the Delmarva Peninsula, nothing to worry about. It's just going to be loud, but you guys are doing all right. Nothing to worry about at all. So this right here is what I would call typical summer thunderstorms, where they're loud, they make a lot of thunder, heavy rain, but they're not severe, they're not causing any damage. There may be an old, sick, diseased tree here or there somewhere, that, you know, big branches that have never been cut, and it's off balance, or it's got some disease in it, like worms or something like that, that's eating out the inside of it. And that's what gets them knocked down more easily in a 40 mile an hour, 50 mile an hour wind, where normally they would be standing up to, you know, especially a pine tree. Pine trees are softer and they break easier. So they're always the first to go. And that's why after a bad storm, you smell pine in the air. It takes less energy and lower wind speeds to break up a pine tree compared to a big maple or a good hardwood tree. So these are the factors that people don't realize, that the experts can tell what's really happening, and the difference between a moderate or mild severe storm. The three differences are huge. A mild to moderate storm, like we have right now, not damaging. The only threat is heavy flooding rain and being outside and getting struck by lightning, or the possibility that you have very old or diseased, damaging trees that are ready to fall down at any time, and the storm gives it the nudge it needs. A lot of times when we see storms around here that have uprooted trees, and you see the whole big giant tree laying on its side and the roots are sticking out of the ground, almost every single time that's happened, that has been a very diseased, very sick tree that wasn't getting enough water or nutrients, and its roots were shallow, and it was basically knocked over like a vase standing on a shelf. I haven't seen, in a long time, I have not seen actual tree damage with winds strong enough to rip one up out of the ground like that. It usually takes 150 to 175 mile an hour winds for that to happen. And we're talking EF3 and higher tornado power, which we don't see around here hardly ever. You can count on two hands how many we've had since the 1950s, actually. It's only been 6 in the whole region. The other thing that people don't realize is we don't get deaths and we don't get big swaths of damage from tornadoes here. We don't get that tornado you see in your mind when they say tornado warning is from out west. That's not what we get here. What we get here are tiny little bottom of the line tornadoes that out of the 400 or so that have ever occurred here since the 1950s, since record keeping began, we've only had about 9 deaths total, and most of those occurred, 5 of those occurred in one tornado in 2002, and the other deaths occurred in another tornado that happened up in Delaware. So basically we don't get those killer tornadoes here, knock on wood, and we do not get those monster giant TV level, movie level twisters like you see when you close your eyes and think about it. If you look at the actual statistics here, our tornadoes are almost always EF0 to EF1, bottom of the scale, and they don't cause damage directly to structures. They knock down trees that are sick and diseased, and then those big giant heavy trees that can weigh tons, and limbs especially, are what cause the problems and the structural damage and hurt people. So people unfortunately take advantage of that online, and the fact that people are hardwired primally to fear tornadoes, and they'll use, like earlier we had a 2% chance here in the mid-Atlantic. We had a small 2% chance, and what that means is that green shade says 2% chance of tornadoes within a 25-mile radius, and that's under EF3 power. It's EF0, EF1, EF2, and then if you look at the map, it denotes EF2 or higher with black hatches if they expect monster tornadoes. They will add over top of the shading of the colors black hatch lines over top of it to indicate this area will see monster tornadoes, killer tornadoes. And that's not something we ever see here. Like, if we saw that, it would be a big problem, but we would all panic, and I would be telling you, get in your basements and hide, because that is a serious issue. But we've only ever had one in the last 30, actually probably 40 or 50 years. We've only had one, and that's that freak, the Plata tornado. It happened in April of 2002, and I went and witnessed that, and it was still, even though that was an EF4, or technically a F4, F5 tornado, top of the line, it's still only, a lot of people don't realize this either, it was only at that level of power for 1,000 yards, basically right through the town, and that was it. So it was EF3 pretty much most of the, or F3 power most of the way that it did do damage, and it flared up right over top of La Plata as it passed through. Unfortunately, flattened that town and killed 5 people, including an old couple that were in a vehicle that got thrown off the road. But that was a complete freak situation, so it's not to be used as an example of what happens around here. Unfortunately, some of the unscrupulous weather influencers online in our area tend to hype these tornado situations up as, you know, doom and gloom, but that's not really what happens here. Matthew Brandley, I have asked myself that for 1,000 years. From what I can derive, people are wired primally to fear tornadoes. And nobody teaches in school anymore that you're not supposed to drive in the floodwaters. So what they do is they gauge it off of what they see. And 9 times out of 10, you do see people making it on TV and in the movies and stuff like that, and people survive it. So they think it's okay to give it a shot. But what people don't realize is if they looked at the statistics, more people die from driving willingly into floodwaters than all other modes of storms combined. And that includes tornadoes, lightning strikes, damaging winds, derechos. All of them combined per year still kill less than half compared to flash flooding. And people willingly do that. They willingly drive into flash flooding thinking they can make it. Their car stalls. It only takes 6 inches of water moving at 30 miles an hour to push a car off the road. And when you get pushed sideways, where can you go? And you don't hear about it on the news. You don't hear about it on TV. They keep it off of the news and TV. I don't understand why the media does that, but it drives me insane because it's getting people actively killed. And this newer, younger generation, nobody tells them anything. But it's just it's one of those effects that social media has had on people in a negative way. So here's this third storm. It looks like it might be a little bit of a problem for people trying to sleep as it comes up through 81. It's going to cross probably the same place through Winchester. It'll probably run right through Harper's Ferry and Frederick again. Probably miss Hagerstown this time. Hopefully, as long as it stays small. I like to believe people are smarter than dumb, but there's a quote that always pops in my head that I have to bite my lip to not say too often, and that is that whatever your IQ, your intelligence quotient is, say it's 100, 150, or 75, you have to remember that the average IQ across the United States combined averages out to like 75 or 80, something like that, which means that 90% of the people that you meet every day have a lower intelligence quotient, IQ, than you do. And very few have a higher. So I don't understand why the police department has a limit on IQ. That drives me crazy, but it's because the smarter you are, the less willing you are to follow people, they say, and fall in line. But I guess ignorance is obedience, not just bliss. So these storms are winding down. You can see the Harford County cell that was just really loud. It's almost gone completely and turned into rain. And this big bow echo over here moving into Frederick County now is slowed down a lot. It was moving along pretty fast. It run into the mountains, and that last ridge is slowing it down and chewing it up. You can see the colors are coming out of it quickly. It's turning bright orange and yellow instead of the dark reds. Still putting out a lot of lightning in the Hagerstown area especially. Let's take a look at that camera. So I-70 at 81. People are driving very slow with their blinkers on, their hazards. Matthew, that is entirely true. They haven't been teaching things in school. They've just been babysitting. When public schools were taken over and turned into institutions that just take care of people, instead of actually doing their jobs and teaching. And if I was president or in control of this country in whatever way, the first thing I would do is quadruple teacher salaries and allow them to do and teach exactly what needs to be taught. I would get rid of a lot of the colleges that are just taking advantage of people, and replace them with trade schools so people can learn how to do things instead of getting a criminal justice degree so they can work at Denny's. I knew five or six people that I graduated with that have criminal justice degrees that have never been used. That was the hot ticket, you know. And then a lot of times they would get psychology degrees but never use it, so because you got to go to get a doctorate. So, you know, it's a scam. Everybody is just out to get everybody right now, it feels like. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. I'm just trying to make a difference and fill in the blanks for the NWS. Because it's every night I've been doing this show, I have caught things I cannot believe have been happening. I caught a 94 mile an hour wind gust that was completely unwarned in Montana the other night. I've caught 2 tornadoes in 7 days, completely unwarned. One in the San Antonio region that was on the ground and caused destruction. The flooding in West Virginia, in Wheeling, West Virginia, I was screaming up and down trying to get somebody to pay attention to me. You know, I called Matthew, I called the State College office of the National Weather Service this afternoon for that tornado warning that I had on camera right here during my live stream, and couldn't get a hold of anybody. The phone line was canceled and there was nobody home, and it went right to a busy signal and then hung up. Couldn't even leave a voicemail on the weather reporting line, and the main numbers were turned off. So I called Pittsburgh and they gave me an attitude. They're like, yeah, that's not our territory. And I'm like, well, can you relay the message? Because I have it right here on the ground and it is being live streamed. You know, can you at least change the tornado warning to observed? But they're like, it's out of our territory, sorry. How is Pittsburgh not in control of the Maryland PA state line, but State College is over Hancock? So I wanted to figure that out earlier and I forgot. So State College is up here. Hancock is down here. So they are roughly 80 miles away. Yeah, 81 miles away. And I guess Pittsburgh's farther by 100 miles, but it doesn't seem like it would make sense to have them. Well, I guess the radar distance is the difference, but it just seemed counterintuitive to me. No, this little storm is ramping up down in where is it? Petersburg, it looks like. It's moving up the mountains. This is a ridge grinder, or a ridge rider, I call them. When these storms move along the ridges, and you can see the ridges here. See the mountains? The striations are actual mountains you're looking at. We can zoom in and look right at it. Watch. See? Mountains. There's a valley, there's a mountain peak. There's West Mountain. And then when you get in the Shenandoah Valley, you've got real sharp ridge lines, and then you've got Mount Jackson and all that. King's Crossing. Pretty cool. You can see all that on this radar. You can see the river meander. It's crazy. Look at this river. Imagine running a kayak on that. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, Sterling is an interesting office by any means, but I don't mind doing all their work for them. It's okay. They just get paid, and I don't. If anybody's even there right now, call me. I do find it interesting that I say things on my page, and then it happens from the Sterling office within 3 minutes. If I say this should have a tornado warning on it, in 3 minutes or less, we'll have a tornado warning on it. If I say at 5 o'clock in the morning, when I put my Outlook out for the day, they should probably post a tornado watch, or I'll say they should probably do dense fog advisories, which they are always slipping on. Nobody seems to care about dense fog advisories at all at the Sterling office, and we never get them, even though it's happening. And a lot of times they'll add them in because they watch my page, and they've admitted to me, and they admitted to Ryan Hall and Texas Storm Chasers and stuff that they do watch, because guys like us pick up things that they miss or they just don't have time to catch. Let's take a look around the country while we're waiting for these storms to pass. So we're getting these pulses of storms. Tomorrow might be a little rough. I'll put it in motion here, and you can see another puff of energy, another puff of energy. These atmospheric waves are running parallel with the mountains, so they tend to hold their energy over a longer distance because they're not being waffled or washboarded up and down. So there's another big chunk of energy down here, just entering the gauntlet, I call it, which is southern West Virginia, where you can get into the mountains easy because they're thin. Don't even get me started on that, Matthew. I'll get myself canceled if I start talking about that. You know that I've caught more missed tornadoes this year than I have in the previous 12 years I've been doing this. There's definitely something going on, and it's not a good something. Not to mention the fact that Foot's forecast guy flipped out on me that night, 3 o'clock in the morning, and told me it was completely impossible to have a tornado and completely impossible to have severe thunderstorms because the model said so. And I'm like, well, if you believe the models, then you are young and naive. Turns out he was young and naive. But that's a whole nother story. These kids get online and LARP, pretend, LARPing is what they call it. And that's exactly what's happening on Weather Twitter, WX Twitter, and a lot of the Facebook pages, is these young kids that think that, oh, I just woke up today and I like tornadoes, so I'm a chief meteorologist now. And they'll actually call themselves that. And because it's their hobby and they enjoy it, they become it, and they pretend that they are. And there is a lot of weather pages online that either take advantage of it or are directly controlled by these youngsters, 14 to 15-year-old furries. And, we used to call them nerds or geeks. Weather geeks are what they call themselves. And they get on there at 14 years old and argue about EF5 tornadoes that happened before they were born. And I caught one kid telling me, he was telling everybody that, well, it should have been rated EF5 because it had damaged a well-constructed Dollar General. And I said, excuse me, but first of all, you're 14 or 15. How do you know what a well-constructed Dollar General is? And have you built many to know the difference? So it's just complete bunk. And almost all of the YouTube tornado videos that you see that are out there are by these kids because it's their hobby. They get on and they make these silly videos arguing about why it should be rated this or rated that, and it's complete moronic level arguments because they have no idea what they're talking about. They're 14, 15 years old. They've never even worked a job site, much less built anything in their life. So they're just repeating what they hear online, and it gets old. It's very tiresome. So here's the Oklahoma freight train coming through. This has been happening every night, late every night. And let's see if there's any storm chasers left on it. Oh no. Everybody's retired for the evening. So that's why I started this night watch, because the severe weather does not stop. It keeps going all night long sometimes, especially out in the Midwest here. Montana's been having a fair share problems. And it's almost derecho, well, it is derecho season, so that's the next problem we'll have. All that corn in Iowa, hot, humid air, corn sweat they call it. Whoever coined that phrase, I'd like to have a private talking to. But that all these cornfields up here hold humidity, and we get these big bow echoes that come out of here and they fire off into our region sometimes, but mainly they'll shoot across the Great Lakes or down into the south. But yeah, the drama online is getting to historic levels, and it's causing a lot of people issues. So that's why I started this page, was to give some people a place to go with a truthful answer, and I won't bite my tongue about telling people how it really is. But from what I can gather, that storm anxiety is through the roof at record levels, and that comes from people not understanding what's happening. And it's just that simple. So we've got this coming out of the mountains now. It's in the Frederick. Cameras don't want to work today. And it looks like it's losing its bite pretty quick. Yeah, Matthew, the flooding out there is what scares me more than anything. Those nighttime storms, you can kind of tell. You can gauge off of the lightning what's going on with them. But you just never know when you're going to come up on a completely flooded out area. The flash flooding out there is like wild compared to what happens here. So here's the I-70 looking east back towards Baltimore at the 270 connection. So that's right where the storm is. If I zoom in, let's change it over to local radar so it's not so grainy. And where did it go? Oh, we are on it. Why does it look so horrible? It's really falling apart that much. Do 30 frames is a little excessive. Let's try 14. So yeah, it was kind of well put together. It crossed the mountain. Oh, I see what's going on. It's the nighttime settings. They've jacked up the DBZs, and that's why we're getting all this ground clutter. You've got your radar turned up too high when you can see air. And you can see the mountains sparkling. The tops of the mountains are being lit. Wow, there's some serious lightning. That's cool. You can see it in one, and then you see it in the other. So this is probably going to reform a little bit and flare back up. Sorry, Frederick, Carroll County, Westminster, Thurmont to Germantown. This thing's going to be a little mean for the next probably 30 minutes as it starts to bow out. It might end up with a severe thunderstorm warning back on it. Let's take a look at the wind speeds. So it's in the middle of racing downhill right now. That's why it's picking up speed and bowing out. It's crested the mountain and it's currently rolling downhill. Typically when this happens, we end up seeing somewhere between Thurmont and Tawnytown, we get these structures due to certain layers of the way the atmosphere and the geography interacts. So Tawnytown's about right here, or I'm sorry, Thurmont, and then Tawnytown's up here. Westminster is over here, and then we've got 83 Shrewsbury over here. And what we get is a little mini tornado alley, the way this is set up, because what's happening is from 0 to 450 feet at Frederick, it's the same height as Carroll County's Westminster, Manchester, and the Shrewsbury area, all the same height above sea level on that Piedmont Plateau. Also, Hagerstown is about 450, 500 feet above sea level. But at Baltimore Fells Point, it's actually just 0 feet above sea level. Technically, it's like 20. So let's change the colors to do that purple. And from 70 miles basically straight up from the inner harbor of Baltimore to that peak right here of that mountain, 1,870 feet I think is what it is, just under 2,000 feet height in 60 miles. So that's pretty steep atmospherically speaking. So as that storm is rolling from west to east, it's been riding up and down 2,000, 3,000 foot peaks for hours with 400 or 500 foot, 600 foot to 1,000 foot valley floors below it. Suddenly, let's do this green. You can see the last mountain here. Whoops. Can't control myself. So that's the end of the Appalachian Mountains, and it's a steep drop from 2,000 feet on average to downhill of sea level, and that gives that storm some serious acceleration. And as you can see, it's starting to bow out now as it races down that hill. Let's change it back to standard reflectivity. But it's falling apart at the same time. So the faster it goes and the more it bows out into that rounded front penetrating edge, there's a sweet spot at the very beginning that gets very high speed winds, and that's what starts it. However, the longer it goes, the more it spreads out because it gets rounded. No, wrong color. Come on now. So what you get is this bow echo, they call it, a bowed out area. And the main winds in the center are moving the fastest, but they also start angling out and then that starts getting slower and slower. As it spreads wider and wider, it thins out the clouds and it thins out the storm overall, and you'll see these reds disappear in the next couple of scans, and the lightning will be pulled out of it because it's not compact enough, and it doesn't have enough hail left in it to keep it generating that massive output of electricity. So the wider this bow echo gets, the better it is for us, and the faster the storm will go away. If that makes sense. So we put it in motion. See, it's a nice straight edge, and then all of a sudden it starts bowing out. As it crosses that last mountain. And we see this all the time. It can also spin up a tornado in that mini tornado alley from Thurmont to Westminster over to Shrewsbury. We get those. And then south of Chambersburg, like Waynesboro, through Gettysburg and Hanover. It's like a mini tornado alley right there. So across northern Harford County, it's our little zone there. And that Easter Eve storm, we had storms that acted just like that. Typically, this will be up further. So if you were to cut and paste this whole storm, when it's like this, and the storm's located along the Route 30 corridor or even up further into the Harrisburg 76 corridor, but usually it's the Route 30. Here's Route 30. And when it runs along between Route 30 and the Maryland PA line, Chambersburg there. So when this bow echo runs along the center line of it, runs along the Route 30 corridor, the south end of a bow echo is always the strongest, and that's usually where the rotation happens. So that drags along the Maryland PA line or down into Thurmont as it comes out of the mountains, and it'll spin the end of that up, and that's why we continually get those mini tornado problems in the summertime along that ridge line. It's weird how it works. There's all of these little corridors that are due to geography. Same thing happens here when the storms are in the place they're at now, but they're stronger. And we get that bottom edge that extends down further like that. And that's when we end up with the Germantown, Gaithersburg, Bowie, Glen Burnie to Annapolis little mini tornado alley. Right through here. Or more towards Annapolis and Kent Island. So I'm always watching these areas. That's how I catch these tornadoes early, because I know where these zones are. About 5 or 6 years ago, I caught that Kent Island tornado, which was actually pretty strong. I think it made it to EF2. 30 minutes early. It was in Rockville when I first saw it. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I started posting and messaging people, but I didn't have all these systems set up yet. There's no rotation in these now. These storms are just basic basic bow echo, straight line winds pushing out. And it's really starting to bow out now. So in the center it's going to bow out and drag the rest of it behind it. By the time it gets into Harford County, it'll be falling apart again like the last, or I should say the first one, which is nothing left of. So you can see the orange is almost completely gone already. And I said the next couple of returns, the dark reds would come out, and it would be almost all orange and yellow. Now it's very docile. This is a very docile storm because there's not enough energy in the atmosphere to do anything but rain, really. And the heat, the high temperature, is what's helping to generate the hail, and the humidity is causing the lightning as well. But I think these storms are still pretty capped. And the photographs earlier in the morning, like around 6, 7 o'clock, were telling me we could see some tornadoes. And like I said, in the morning forecast, they would be south or east of Pittsburgh, and that's exactly where they were. And I thought southern Virginia would be more active than it was today, but they just didn't have anything. But this forecast today was extremely overhyped, and the further along we get into the summer, where we're not in spring anymore, where things constantly are happening from day to day, the worse this hyping on the internet is going to be. With the social media hype is already pretty much maximum level, out of control. I get people messaging me all day and all night. Oh my God, this guy said this and this guy said that. Is that true? And I can't believe some of the things people are making their own SPC maps and adding what they feel like they should add to it. And they're making their own forecast maps based off of whatever model they think is going to get them the most interaction. Doesn't have anything to do with the statistics or the actual forecast. They only post what's going to get them the most engagement, which is what gets you the most pay. Engagement bait, engagement farming has taken over, and it is bad. So unfortunately, everybody else was telling us today that these storms would be insanely crazy, and I just said no, they're going to be on par with what we've had the past couple days, and they're not going to be insanely severe. They're going to be barely to the level of being able to be severe. And that's exactly what we got, because that's exactly what the actual combination of putting all the models together and throwing out the outliers, which is what you're supposed to do when you do data analysis, is you average them all together and throw out the extreme, and that gets you closest to your typical historical outcome. If you take all of your historical outcomes and average them together, you end up with the mean. So it already is weakening, yes. See how it had heavy red all the way through it, and it was straight, and there was a lot more lightning. See how this lightning hits the plus signs? Let me put it in this mode. You can gauge it off the lightning alone. Tons of lightning, not so much lightning. In the next couple of hits of the radar sweep, it'll be even less and even less. So it's definitely weakening. And you can see the bow is getting sharper. The sharper that angle gets in the storm, the weaker it'll get, because it has to spread out to fill all that in. So it's the same thing as when you drop your Kool-Aid into the clear water a little bit at a time, and you see that color spread and mix itself around even though you haven't stirred it. Same thing's happening here. Browning effect, Coriolis effect, the orographic effect. It's all fluid dynamics, hydrodynamics. And having a strong understanding of fluid dynamics will help you understand the weather completely, because that's all it is. The physics behind it. So it's stretching out. It's slowing down as it stretches out. It's greatly reduced amount of white lightning strikes. See how many there were here, and on this side of the mountain, this is the current radar. The white is what we're looking at, only the white ones. They're the fresh ones. There's only like about 10 or 12 of them. So it's bowing out. When it gusts, you'll see a gust front come out of it in the summer time. Typically when you get those really high, big, tall anvil clouds, billowing mushroom clouds, when they get to the end of their life cycle, they collapse. And when they collapse, you'll see that line of dry air come out of the front in a bow echo like this. This storm did that a little bit on the southern end as it was moving in along the Potomac River. And that's where it was strongest, down in back in here. So it's still flaring up a little bit as it comes out of the mountains because it accelerates. But ultimately that's going to catch up with it. It'll stall back out as it gets between Westminster and Baltimore. And it'll rain itself out by the time it gets to Cecil County and the Bay, just like the last one did. And if you want to see an exact instance of what I'm talking about, let me back up the frames. Let's do 50 frames. And we'll watch that first one come through. And you'll see it flare up. And then it will slowly rain itself out. And this is what's left of it right now, currently. Even though it was really strong not even an hour ago. Tomorrow might be a little worse than today, but it's not going to be anything extreme. Alright, watch this. So this is the first line. And it got real strong right here. And then look at that. It completely dries up. This one will do the same thing. So the first one, the lightning strikes are less and less, less and less. The dark reds are all gone. So we're in that process right now. We're going from edge of severe over here to all the dark reds start coming out of it. Now it's very thin. There's less dark reds, and the white lightning strike crosses have decreased greatly. Stupid bug bit me. So the first one does it. It gets real thin as it gets into Harford County, and then it just runs out of steam. The second one will do that too. We're just halfway there. So another hour probably at the most. And then there's a third one back here. And it's much smaller, but it's got a little oomph to it. This third one I doubt will make it out of the mountains. It'll probably rain itself out when it gets to Martinsburg, to Frederick, Winchester to Frederick, somewhere in this area. I doubt if it'll make it over that last mountain. It's too small. These bigger bow echoes have a good pulse of energy with them to push them along, but this one's already falling apart. Patricia, you're up late again. I was having all kinds of problems yesterday, and I couldn't answer people online, so I've been working on that. Hopefully it's running smoother now. Ouch. That bug bit me. It hurts. So if you guys ever have any questions and you want to know things, tell me. I know everything. Seriously though, I know a lot about this kind of stuff. I had to learn it thanks to the Department of Defense for teaching me meteorology. I can't say why, but you don't want to know why. But overall, this storm is about halfway to completely over. It's very far from being severe. Let's go back to 21 frames. That's where I like to keep it. Yep, if you want to see that tornado, let's go look at it. This is what a real tornado looks like. Zooming in. This is a QLCS tornado. Now this is a bigger complex called an MCS or MCV, but it's bowing out itself, which, because it's nighttime, it loses its steam. But in these big bow echoes, you can get kinks in the line, and you hear me talk about an S-bend is what we look for in a squall line. A kink and inflow notch is what we're talking about. And they can be really hard to detect on these storms, but right in here you can see suddenly there's a spin. And for that spin to be in this straight long area, it spun up pretty tight there for a second. Now if we change it to the velocity radar, which tells us which way the winds are blowing and how fast, these winds are much, much stronger than our winds. So these are 50, 70, 67, 71, 73 with my little magic pointer on average. So anytime you get a kink in these big bow echoes, especially at this level when they're this strong, that can indicate inflow rotation, or inflow feeding rotation, I should say. Click the wrong color again. So as this bow echo is shaped like this, you get these notches. That's indicating something is wrong there. We need to take a closer look. So that's just a standard velocity. Velocity radar takes the radar itself, and instead of showing us the thickness of the clouds in the normal radar you see, you can see these notches right here, and these are swirls. Cindy, yeah, this one was probably, yesterday was worse than today. Yesterday was pretty rough, but we were stuck between two low pressure systems, and that's why we were feeling it so much. We were kind of being squeezed by the two. So the tornado is probably not here now. It looks like it just, for a brief second, spun up a very strong tornado, but there might be one down here now. So right here you can see this spin right over Salina, Kansas. Right there. Look at that. So it's a brief spin up, just like we get, but it was observed. It definitely happened. They saw it. And we go to storm relative, and this takes out the motion of the storm and only considers the motion of the winds in the storm. So to detect a bigger tornado is easier, believe it or not. Now you'll see it right there. Bright, big couplets. Starting to spin. And there it is. You can see the complete swirl where the green and the bright reds take an orange, make a yin-yang sign basically right there. Oh, do you like this music? I made this music myself. This is my 90s house style chill music. But you can see that tornado spin. See that right there? And that's what a bright couplet and a serious tornado looks like compared to ours. Two different worlds. And it's trying to spin back up a little bit. Now down here, where this inflow notch is, they have since, remember I just said that that was probably a tornado, and they have since then put that warning, that tornado warning on that one as well. And right there, it's starting to get 2 couplets. And then it gets going right there. And that's current. The town of, what is it, Tahlequah. It just, yep. That's the big town right there, unfortunately. And it just smashed right through there. So now we have serious couplets with high speed winds. The next thing to do is to verify that it's on the ground or not, because it'll be causing debris. So let's get an idea how fast these winds are. So 62, 73, 73, 74 miles an hour gate to gate, which means 2 directions at the same time around each other. That's a serious tornado. But it's starting to spread out. What we can do is go to correlation coefficient, and this radar, instead of detecting which way the winds are going or how thick the clouds are, detects the size and shape of the things that are in the sky. So if it sees square shapes, if it sees large shapes, heavy metal shapes, anything weird like that, it makes what's called a dropout, and it signifies that that is debris flying, whole sheets of plywood, all the way up to whole houses, sized walls, whole pieces of tree flying, or whole trees flying in the air. It can tell the difference between dirt and debris, insects and bugs, shingles and leaves, limbs and trash cans and pieces of houses and building structure, to the worst case scenario, cars and trucks and 18-wheelers and farm tractors and anything else it sucks up on the high end. So if we put this in motion, the same place we had these vortex signatures, and we see a dropout, just like we're having right there. This is a tornado that is on the ground right now. And you can see it. It's got a dropout right there, unfortunately, and that's exactly where the vortex is. So when that lines up, that means we've got trouble. So now this is observed as well, which means it's been seen. And this is the new tornado warning system, where at the top it tells you observed and the size of the hail around it as well. So this tornado warning is moving at 65 miles per hour. Extremely high speed tornado. That's not the winds, that's how fast the tornado is moving across the ground. Highway speeds. Because of the way these gusts are working right now. And that other one, that first one we saw, that serious velocity ball just east of Selena, you can see that thing cranking right there just for a minute, but it spun up tight right there. And then if we change it to correlation coefficient, we will see it kick up debris and make a debris ball right there. It's still got one over here right now. It's still making debris. But this debris ball right there is very bad. That means that it went down this road and destroyed everything there is to destroy right there. Look at that circle, perfect circle. The same place that the vortex spun up. This is how we detect tornadoes. This is how I can tell what's happening in our neck of the woods accurately. This is out in Kansas, Selena, Kansas, I believe is where we're at. We're just having a teaching moment. This is not anywhere near us. We are moving at 55 miles an hour north of Leech. So, Lake Yucca State Park out in Kansas, Oklahoma area. It looks like we are near Broken Arrow. Oklahoma. We're in Oklahoma, not Kansas. The severe thunderstorm warning is for Tulsa, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Oklahoma. So this is a nasty storm. 65 mile an hour forward speed on this storm. Your daughter's in Kansas City. Let's see. Let's turn the radar off so we can see what's going on. These damn warnings keep popping up. So we are in Oklahoma, not Kansas. Tulsa, Fayetteville, Bentonville, Tahlequah, Siloam Springs, and Kansas City is up further north, pretty sure. Yeah, here's Wichita. Here's Topeka up here. I think Kansas City's back this way. I can't remember where it's at. I'm tired. Been up all day. Arkansas City, Burlington. Kansas City's in Missouri, not Kansas. And I don't think it's in this line. But I'll double check just to be sure, because I gotta know. I don't like not knowing things. Yeah, up by Overland Park. This is Kansas City up here. And their radar is clear. So this is going south of Kansas City. So she's in the clear. This is all going south of her by hundreds of miles. The scale out here is so different than where we live too. Look, that's 60 miles. Just to the edge of the storm. It doesn't even look like it is. The difference between... That's one thing I hate about Texas too, is it takes forever to go anywhere. Like literally 2-hour drive just to get food or go grocery shopping when you live out in the middle of nowhere. So these are much further south, but they are headed towards Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Bentonville. It's 60, 65, 55 miles an hour. Joplin is up here. The infamous Joplin. That was flattened by a tornado. And you can still see the path of that tornado if you look closely. It cut through town, right through here. And that was, what, 10 years ago? 12 years ago? And you can still see the scar because of the way they built the city back around it. But, yeah, these are intense. We don't have any storm chasers out. I don't think we have anybody on YouTube still broadcasting live. Jordan Hall's still out there. He's just driving. So if you look at the middle camera there, there's a few storm chasers chasing this right now, but they're not getting anywhere. Because it's moving 65 miles an hour and you cannot keep up with a system like that. So I have the cyclone port on. So if there was any storm chasers out there, and that's what these spots are, where you see these little icons and emblems. Like these are remote mounted cameras with weather stations. Or like universities have them. Here's one down in Dallas, Fort Worth, on the south side of town. And you can click on it and see. And the storm chasers have them too, where I can click in and see their feed live. and I am trying to work with local storm chasers now. There's a group called PA Storm Chasers, and I'm trying to get, there's a guy that does Virginia along the North Carolina border. Wow, the fog's really spreading in our area. Let's take a look at our storms again. So you can see that storm still making a lot of noise, still marching along, but it's falling apart quickly. The top half of it's already completely falling apart. Ouch, stupid bug. I'm gonna catch it. The ant brought it in with me from outside earlier. A couple of them got on my legs, and then they got into where I'm sitting right now, apparently. So one dude is out there chasing, but if you go to YouTube and click live, or type in live storm chaser, you'll see anybody that's out there. And there's me, the Night Watch, the only person on covering these storms. Daniel Shaw, the Australian, is out there. But nobody's going to be anywhere near these storms because it's a windbag event or a derecho type event where it's a big MCS bow echo that's moving so fast, and it's moving straight across the countryside where you have to drive the roads. There's no way to get ahead of it. I mean, you can go to speed limit all day and you're only going to make 20 miles an hour difference every hour. You can't catch up to anything like that. So I don't know why they're bothering. They're just trying to catch. I didn't want to do that. They're just trying to catch up with some kind of shot of lightning or something. I don't know why they would chase. At night it's dangerous to chase. So as you can see here, look closely at this cell. The top half of it is falling apart completely and it's turned green. There's no red in it anymore. See that? So now only the bottom half is still making lightning, and that's going to run through Baltimore. It's basically driving down Route 70 right now. Let's go to the Maryland traffic cams and we'll take a look at those and see how vicious it really is. You can click cameras by route and then choose the interstate that you want, which we want I-70 from Baltimore to the PA line, and we're about halfway down now, so we want to see the leading edge. So we want to look at where 32 Sykesville Road, 97, or where the split is, where Route 40 goes off to Ellicott City, is the best place to catch those images, is out front. And they have west and east facing cameras, so we're down here closer to the city now. So 27, pretty good view. I'm going to make that larger for you. So you can see the storm is coming. We're looking east, so the storm is behind us. We're looking towards Baltimore. And when the cars come, it glares out from the night vision, but we'll look at Route 97. That's exactly where the edge is right now. Here's Route 97 on the map. And that's right where it's reaching to right now, so Route 70 and 97 should be interesting. It's raining really hard there. This is a color camera at least. So it looks like fog when it's raining really hard, but basically all you're seeing is heavy rain with some bright lightning flashes. No winds. People are going the speed limit. They're not even driving with their flashers on. But the lightning is still back in Mount Airy. This is just the leading edge of the storm. So let's back up the Route 70 highway back up to Mount Airy region, which is where, 27 and really we want probably the backside of the storm is already thinning out too. So it's getting real skinny. So Mount Airy, Route 27, 70 at 27. That's not a very good camera, but we'll take a look. If you look, lots of lightning flashes, but the trees aren't blowing around. There's no wind at all with this. Apparently it's all rain and lightning. Yeah, it's very, very, very humid. I can feel these storms pushing it up. Another round of humidity. If you have a gauge, you can see the humidity rise. The more the storms get closer, they push that humidity with them like a snowplow pushing snow. You know how it billows in the front. The front of the storm pushes that humidity up with it. And then after the storm's edge passes, you get that cooler air blast behind the storm. And that's sometimes the only relief you get, because after it rains real hard and that initial cool air blast goes away, the humidity rises real fast again. So this storm is definitely fallen off the pace a lot already. It's getting to Baltimore. It's almost there. And if you look, the oranges and reds come out of it. And it's got a lot less. There's only really one big spot of it. And it could still cause a 50, 60 mile an hour gust randomly as it's dumping out. But you can see on the bottom here, nothing. A little bit of a small compact storm on the southern end is always the strongest. So hopefully that helps people sleep. That's what this is all about. So we're down to probably, 32 now? Almost to 32 if we get a clear shot from the front of it. Get on 32 and look west. Exit 32, I think it looks east. Yeah, it does. So we're looking the wrong direction, but it'll show us as the storm comes in. We're looking east, but it's still right there where the storm is, the edge of the storm is coming, so we're getting clear shots of lightning before the heavy rain starts. And the humidity is insane. It's very foggy too, and that's why, because it's 100% humidity. And it's probably like this all the way to the coast, all the way to the beaches. So that camera looks east, that camera looks east. Do any of them look west? This one looks east. East, southeast. At exit 29, east. Why do all the cameras look east? Look, that shows you how humid it is. At 70 and 29, you can see the street lights, the cone of light underneath of them. That's how humid it is. That's incredibly humid there. Another ant. Here's west. Now this is the same camera and the same bridge, the same spot, looking the opposite direction. So now we're looking back at the storm. We should be able to see bright flashes in the distance down the highway as the storm approaches. And the humidity is so thick you can barely see a mile. Man, that is insane. Who, me? I don't sleep. I haven't slept since I got shot more than 2 hours at a time. Unfortunately, it's a byproduct of PTSD and extreme pains. I've got that 12-inch titanium rod on the inside of my thigh bone, my left femur, from my knee to my hip. They had to reassemble it because it got struck by a bullet. So what they did was they lined it up with a big RoboCop looking mechanical brace that was mounted externally until I stabilized. And then they inserted a 12-inch titanium rod into my center of my leg bone from my knee to my hip when I got shot. I don't know if you heard about that or not. I got shot 13 times in a robbery and survived it. I don't know, a lot of people on my page know about it, but not everybody does. That's why I'm in a wheelchair currently. And that's a story for another day. I don't mind people asking. That's why I don't sleep. I haven't slept since it happened. So, but we did catch the guy. I shouldn't have lived, but I did. I was the only one that did live of all his victims, and what happened was I was going to a show at Fishhead Cantina down in Southwest Baltimore, which I didn't realize was in Southwest Baltimore. I thought it was out in the county. But as I was going through the tunnel from Harford County, the gas light came on my car. I had an old Crown Vic cop car at the time, and they're notorious for the gauge sticking, and then suddenly you're out of gas as you hit a bump and it jiggles loose. So I had to stop somewhere in the city and get gas, and I didn't know where to go. I went to Southwest Baltimore at 10 o'clock at night to get fuel, and I already had a limp from a previous injury, and as I limped across the parking lot, this guy picked me out as a target, and he went to the red light and waited for me to pump my gas so that my car he was planning on stealing was full of gas. And then he waited for me at the red light and jumped out of the bushes and put a gun up to my head, got me out of the car, and then got me back in the car, took me up the street, and then got me out of the car again, and took the $80 I had, all my credit cards, and my driver's license, and the keys to my car, and then turned and said, "Sorry about your luck," and emptied the gun into me. So that was a night I'll never remember and never forget at the same time. And I bled out on the streets of Baltimore, but luckily one of the cops that showed up was a former combat medic and had tourniquets. So he put a bunch of tourniquets on me, and that kept me just enough blood in my body to make it to shock trauma by ambulance. But I still bled out. I was dead for 12 minutes. They told my wife that I wouldn't wake up, and if I did wake up, I'd be a vegetable, and she'd have to take care of me the rest of her life, and she's handicapped, going through a lot of crap. So that wasn't great. And then they didn't think I would wake up, so they didn't finish my leg. They just screwed that brace to it because it was struck by bullets and shattered into a million pieces, and that's enough to kill you right there. You can bleed out from that. But I had a femoral artery strike as well, and out of the 10 units of blood that your body holds, total. That's all that they could get out of you, 10 units total. They had to put 6 in me to revive me, 2 more during the surgery, and it took 3 surgeons 17 hours of marathon surgery straight through to put me back together enough to see if I would live. And somehow I lived. But 2 weeks went by, I was in a coma, and it felt like 10 minutes. And then I woke back up, and I asked, what's going on? Where am I? And the nurse was hanging an IV on the pole next to me, and I guess she brushed me or bumped me, and that's what made me open my eyes and look around. And when I spoke to her, it scared her, and she took off running for the doctor, screaming, he's awake, he's awake. And I'm like, what is going on? So then I had to get 3 more surgeries after that to rebuild my leg and my hip. I had a bullet wedged in my hip, had a bullet in my gut that nicked my kidney, and one of the ureters that drain your urine from your kidney to your bladder. So I had drains hanging out of me. I had bullet holes all down my legs. I had 6 or 7 bullets in my left leg as I turned. And then it was like the second or third, I do remember that, the second or third bullet that struck me in the hip. And it folded me like a lawn chair. And as I went down, he just kept pulling the trigger. And he was only 5 feet away from me. But he was turning to run away as I was going down. So luckily, he had the gun in my face. But as he turned, he lowered it instinctively, I guess, and was just shooting behind him. So I took most of the bullets from the belt down. I still have 2 in me. So that was a fun night in Baltimore, let me tell you. Always get your gas outside of the city limits. Never ever ever go into the city with less than a quarter of a tank. It's a lesson that I have since learned the hard way, but people tell me all the time, oh yeah, if you work in the city, everybody knows that you don't get gas in the city, ever. Because that's when they get you. So, looks like we're still weakening, but the bottom half of the storm is still going. So we got another half hour or so before that's going to be done and over with, at least. Still two tornado warnings out there in Oklahoma. It looks a lot worse from way up in space here, doesn't it? But when you zoom in, it's not so bad. But I've got pictures and stuff like that I've shown people online. I hold the record at Shock Trauma for surviving the most large caliber handgun rounds. I took 2 more pints or units of blood during the surgery because I was still draining it everywhere apparently. And then I had to get 2 more after about a week after, when I got my leg put back together the rest of the way. So I had pictures. There's a post from a while ago where I put pictures up people wanted to see the last time I told this story online. But my legs still work. They're just weak and I can't straighten them out all the way, but I can still drive. At least I can get myself around and get in and out of my chair. I just can't support my weight and I can't stand fully straight up. And my hip is messed up because I took a bullet right in the socket, right where your hip locks together, the ball and socket they call it. And I had a bullet wedged right in that, and it spider web fractured the top of my leg bone where it connects into that ball, and the scar tissue's just insane, so it's painful all the time. And then they had to go in and reassemble that bone as it was completely blown apart, and I still have all the bullet in there because the pieces came out. I think there's 10 large chunks of copper jacket and lead permanently encased in my thigh muscle. They would do more damage to get it out than it is to leave it in there, but I can feel it right now burning when the storms come, and I can feel that every bit of that surgery, especially in my knee socket where it connects. I had a bullet lodged up underneath that leg, that knee, that entered my thigh and stopped inside my thigh muscle right below my kneecap and bone. I had through and through on my right thigh that just missed the bone. It went in down by my knee and came out higher up on the outside of my leg and passed through completely and into somebody's house. I had one hit my right knee straight on and fracture the hell out of that. Luckily it skipped off the ground in front of me before it hit me, so it didn't blow it apart completely at full speed. It had lost a lot of energy, but I have a bullet hole there from that. My left ankle took a direct hit, and they had to rebuild that, and that is got a bullet hole scar on it. And then the inside of my thigh, there's 3 holes where the bullets went in. One missed right, the gap between your leg and your groin, basically, where the muscle stops, and then you can basically like feel your hip bone up underneath there. Not quite your junk, as they say, but next to it. I had one go in there, and that's permanently inside of me because it entered my pelvic area, and they couldn't get that out without doing a lot more damage, so they let that seal up in there. And then one went in my right stomach, hit that kidney, and then went out my back and just missed my spine. So I've got one on my backside bullet hole, and there's 13 of them total out of 15 that the gun held. The 14th round skipped in front of me, and I remember seeing sparks fly on the pavement, and then it caught me in the right shoulder, my arm actually just below, and it dislocated my arm from my shoulder socket. And when I woke up 2 weeks later, it was still the size of a softball, swelled up where that hit. So that was lucky that hit the ground first, and it flattened out and lost just enough energy not to shatter my arm, my right arm, or blow it off at that point. That was the highest hit that I had, was on that side, but luckily it didn't penetrate. It just flat out dislocated my arm, which they reset while I was asleep, and then it was sore. I couldn't even lift it over my head for a year. And my rotator cuff is torn on that side from it. Then I've got the internal damage. I've got they opened me up from the bottom of my rib cage down past my belly button to my belt line, or my bikini line, as women would say, like a C-section cut. And then they took that all the way over to my left hip so they could do the surgery to get the bullets out and repair my hip. And then down the side of my leg, so that was like 470 surgical staples I had in me at that time, all the way down from the bottom of my rib cage. They didn't crack my ribs, at least, but they had to go in internally, take everything out, search for bullets and damage, repair my kidney, repair my ureters, repair my bladder, and the intestines that had holes in it. And then they fixed all that up and put me back together and repacked me, and they put stainless steel mesh inside to hold me together so I wouldn't get the it's anti-hernia, so I don't rip open again ever. But other than that, I'm fine. Most people are just like jaw on the floor when I tell them this story, but the cops came, and once I was conscious, but I was still very, very loopy. But they gave me 6 pictures to look at, and I studied them, and I studied them, and I studied them for about 40 minutes, because I was kind of in and out. I mean, I was on like ketamine and propofol, whatever that stuff is Michael Jackson died on, surgery fluid, the white milk. And then I was on, heavy pain meds and stuff at the same time, so I barely remember it. It felt like a dream. And they're like, "Are you okay? Are you hurting too much?" And I said, "No, I feel great, honestly." But I identified him. I was the only one to live to identify him. He had several other bodies on him, but they couldn't prove it. But he had been tearing up the city. It was a 22-year-old white kid, just on a rampage with a stolen handgun. And he's making big rocks into little rocks now in Jessup for the next 45 years. But in 22, I think he's eligible for parole if he can not get in any trouble in 22 years. But I think he's already gotten in trouble. I get notified if they move him, if anything happens to him, if he dies, if he gets in a fight. I have a lifetime restraining order against him and his whole family. I have complete notifications to my phone and by mail and by my emails if he even gets a nosebleed, while he's in jail. But he had no remorse at all. He made a TikTok when he got home bragging about it that night, and that's how they got him. So there was a TikTok of this fool waving his gun around, wearing the same clothes I described, a table full of drugs behind him, bragging, waving the stolen gun around, talking about how he scratched off the serial number, and then he shot this big dude, this old guy, and stole his cop car. What do they call it? A deuce or something like that. And I took his deuce. So, but the cops got the car back because the kid ran and he never did get the keys. So I'm not sure. I'm still fuzzy on exactly what happened there, but basically they raided his house after that with a SWAT team and got him. And the reason I don't talk about all this stuff a lot is because up until very recently, 5/28 actually was the court date. The final court date was just a few weeks ago for his automatic appeal, where he gets to try to get out of it by saying, "Oh, my lawyers didn't tell me this," or whatever. You get that automatic one chance to try to fight it in court. And he had public defenders the whole time, and he was so zoned out on heroin and meth that he didn't even know where he was. So what they did was they tricked him, and they got him to admit to having the stolen gun on the video, and the gun's ballistics came back to all the bullets in me, amongst other people. But they couldn't find the people until later. So with all that, I'm not sure what happened. That's not my case. But with my case, what we did was they said, "We came and got you because you're a known felon." He was just out of jail for drug charges, not even 6 months, and on probation. And you made a TikTok like an idiot, waving a gun around, and so you're a felon, a known felon, displaying a handgun on social media. So we've got you. We raided your house, and you had a table full of drugs behind you in the scene, and we got those drugs. So now you're a felon in possession of a handgun and a repeat offender. But we will make you a deal, and they had to get me to agree to this. And it took me a while to think about it and figure out what we were going to do. And I went back and forth with the state's attorney on this for a while, but we agreed finally to let him proceed. That they got him to plead out for the gun charge, take the 5 years, because he knew with good time he would get 2.5 and be back out on the streets. And 2.5 years to a career criminal isn't a big deal. And they held my case back, and this guy thought I was dead because he was sure I was dead. He emptied a gun into me and was bragging about it on the internet. So the state's attorney, Baltimore state's attorney, gave him the deal and the plea agreement on the gun. When he agreed to the gun, they said they rushed the court case and ran it through and said, okay, this gun is yours. You signed an affidavit proving that this is your gun. You agreed to it. You went to court, and it is your stolen gun. Correct? And he's like, yeah, you got me. Okay. Give me my 2.515, and I walk. In 18 months, probably, I'll be back out on the streets doing it again. They're like, okay, here you go. Stamp the deal. They go to court. Judge signs off on it. Now they've got him by the balls, literally, because he owns that gun. Meanwhile, at shock trauma, I'm still in shock trauma 2 months later, and this case is going through quick. And the ballistics, all the bullets they took out of me, match that gun. And this dumbass doesn't realize that. So we set him up for that. So now 9 more charges: attempted murder, manslaughter, attempted manslaughter, more felony charges, 9 total, are pressed against him. And we've got him because he already signed paperwork stating that that is the gun that he owned, used in the video, and had been waving in the video to make that felony handgun possession charge stick. So now he has no way out of my charges for attempted murder, attempted manslaughter, and all that. So that was another 45 years on top of that. And that was to be served consecutively, not at the same time. So he's making big rocks into little rocks down there and being somebody's girlfriend, probably. Young, skinny, 22-year-old kid. Threw his life away for nothing. He probably put $80 worth of ammunition in me, is what upsets me the most. I would have gave him the $80 if he would have just asked me. If he needed rides somewhere, I would have helped him out. I felt bad for him until he pulled the gun out, and then the whole thing went sideways. So I think he just wanted to kill somebody. He was addicted to it, looking for that next big push of adrenaline. So while I told that story, the storm is falling apart quickly. You can see it's still got a little bit of lightning in it. It's just barely getting to the west side of Baltimore, and it's orange and reds are really falling off now, so you guys are definitely safe to go to bed. And there's a couple of little storms trailing behind it, and these are just going to be the same thing all night long, just little pulses of energy. They're going to lose their steam as they get close, so you might hear some lightning, thunder combinations that are real loud, but it's always loud this time of day, or night I should say. But they're coming up 81 basically, and they'll cross into the mountains, make a lot of noise, make some rain, but that's about it. This will be smaller each time. As you can see, less and less of a storm with each wave. Then it'll start picking back up in the morning. I haven't done my analysis on tomorrow's storms quite yet, but I can just turn it on right here and show you if you want to see right now. We can go to I'm in the wrong section. Let me scroll up. Severe weather outlooks. Day 2 for tornadoes will be here again. So now the tornado threat, which is minimal, now 2% is still a 98% chance of not having a tornado in a 25-mile radius. But it moves it over top of the mountains, from the mountains to the east, to the coast. And that's because of the way this pattern is flowing, the storms, which you can see here. We're just going to keep getting these pulses. Oh, wow. Alright, what happened there? We were looking at that. So now we're looking east from this camera, and you can see hardly any lightning going on in the distance. Let me read this comment. He got ran into a tree by a friend. He's got a rod hip to knee, like me. We can fix his foot. What? Wow, that's crazy. So he's got the same thing I've got. I've got 12 inches of titanium from knee to hip, and then I think it's about 16 screws, because I'm a big guy. I'm 6'4" and 250 pounds. But that's horrible to go through that at that age. Well, he says that now because he's 17, that he's never going to sit in a hospital and sit in his ass again. But let me tell you something. You don't get a choice sometimes, unfortunately. When he gets older, he's going to feel that stuff. So try to limit. And I used to be real big, like The Rock, muscular. I used to work out and do all kinds of stuff. And the only thing it gets you in the long run is more aches and pains the older you get. So tell him to eat light, and take it from me. You don't want to be real big, and you don't want to do too much. Try to take care of your body so that when you're 50, 60, 70 years old, you are not in debilitating pain. That's the one thing I've learned from all of this. Because I used to think I was invincible, and apparently I am, but not from the pain. So, I helped my father do masonry when I was 17, 18. I would mix a whole pallet of concrete in a day up for a 12-inch block and stock up 1,000 block, 2 whole cubes of 12-inch cinder blocks, 60 pounds apiece, and I would swing them with one hand up and over my head onto the scaffolding, and then shovel 12 bags of sand, or 12 shovels of sand, a whole 5-gallon bucket of water, and an 80-pound bag of concrete over my head into the mixer, and do 42 of those in one day, and push it with the wheelbarrow, and then shovel it back out to build the walls with. And boy, do I regret it now. And I was a mechanic. I was a master tech for Ford for years in my younger days. And by the time you get to about 40, it gets debilitating to the point where the weather starts slowing you down, and it's hard to get out of bed in the mornings in the winter. So that's one lesson I try to tell all the young guys now, especially the ones that get into that bodybuilding and stuff like that, like I was when I was young. And I did the all natural stuff. I never messed with the steroids. That's even worse. But just by eating right. But I was eating 7,500 calories a day just to maintain that body weight. But I was huge back then, and I could bench press like 440 pounds, work out at 350 like it was nothing, pick up an engine block, V8 5-liter Mustang engine off a picnic table and carry it to the truck, and then get it out of the back of the truck and carry it in to get it machined. Just dumb stuff like that, where I thought I was big and bad and cool, and now I'm paying for it. So now I use my mind instead. But that's something that these young guys don't understand, and it's all part of being a man and growing up. But I don't know, it wasn't worth it for me looking back on it. It's all I can do to stand it now. I wish I had taken better care of myself, that's for sure. Now these cameras are cutting out. Oh, this happens around, what, is it 3 o'clock? Yeah, around 3 o'clock in the morning, the cameras stop working almost every day as they do updates for traffic cams. Some of them will work, some of them won't, and it kind of rolls through, but I'm not really seeing much going on with this storm. It's still hanging in there. The tornado alerts have dropped off. .95 and 70. That camera never works. There one. That's east facing, so this is like where 70 ends at 695. People already got their flashers on, so it must be raining hard. And you can see mist kicking up behind there, but the trees aren't swaying. They call this ground truth on the... I don't know why they make up these weird words and these weird jargon in the storm chasing and meteorology world, but looking at a camera to see what's actually happening in the storm at the ground level, they call that ground truth. So, Patapsco River, raining pretty hard. It's all fuzzy looking and you can't see anything, foggy. And then when the cars go by, you can see it looks like a wake, like they're on the water going by. But overall, the storm has shrunk down a whole lot. And there's not much left of it. It's slowed down. The lightning, you can see how the lightning drops off. How the reds on the basic reflectivity drop off. And the next storm is behind it, trying to catch up. That little cell that we saw earlier is already up in Winchester area. Martinsburg in between them. So that's good that he recovered. But he will have pain issues down the road. And let me tell you, the best pain medicine that you can get is over the counter. And when I took martial arts when I was young, you know, I took a keto with a real master and a friend of my father's. My buddy's father, a friend of mine's father is what I meant to say. I'm tired. And he taught us a lot of stuff, but the number one thing that he taught me that saved me through all these years is Tiger Balm. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but it is a miracle for pain relief when it comes to muscles and bone pain and the weather especially. I'll pull it up for you. They have it at Walmart. They have it at CVS. They have it everywhere. This stuff right here is a lifesaver. There's two levels. There's the clear, and then there's the red. The red has capsaicin in it, just like mace, and red peppers, green peppers, the hot capsaicin. You don't want to get it on your face. You don't want to get it around your eyes or insensitive areas, if you know what I mean. But if you have a back pain that you cannot get rid of, or a pulled muscle, if you have a muscle that is pinched nerves, like to the point where you can't turn your neck all the way, if you massage that stuff in, and you got to use gloves, rubber gloves, or something that you can wipe off, because it does not come off easy. But you put that on and you just take a little tiny bit and you rub it on, and it increases the blood flow dramatically to that area. It'll get rid of hickeys and bruises quicker. I love that stuff. It is a lifesaver. I've used this stuff since the 90s, since basically it came out, and that was turned on to me by my Aikido teacher. My buddy's dad would beat the hell out of us and then give us a jar. But the 90s were a different time. So, definitely in the wintertime, this is a lifesaver with the heat factor. And your muscles get stiff and sore when those nor'easters come through. Oh, this stuff is a lifesaver for that. If you're outside shoveling and it's cold and you get locked up from it and your knees are all stiff and sore and you can't hardly move or walk or get out of bed, that stuff can help a lot. At least put you to sleep so that you can heal up properly. And the patches I don't trust. I don't use those. Those are fairly new and they work okay, but no, the jar is what I get. This jar right here. Walmart has it. It's not cheap either, but it's worth its weight in gold. The red is the only one I use. So definitely keep that around the house. That's an emergency pain management situation right there. For sure. But that's horrible that he had to go through that so young. I was lucky when I was young. I was pretty much like never in any real accidents or never had any massive problems, but you know, an anti-medication, anti-pill. Let's take a look at the severe weather. The wind is the big problem tomorrow. That's going to be the big problem. This is what has me worried. The I-95 corridor is the center. And that's a 15% yellow, 5% on the outsides. So that means we're probably going to see these storms microburst, and we probably will see them cause some damage tomorrow in the afternoon. The same basic cycle we're in as today, but the storms will be a little meaner. They're not going to be extreme by any means, but if you ever want to see the models, you can go to Pivotal. Click in Pivotal Models, Pivotal Weather. I'll make this bigger again. Yeah, that cell that's coming through is going to be loud, Zoe. Let me turn that back off, the yellow tint. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Turn that off. So, it's going to come through Dundalk to Glen Burnie, Middle River to Glen Burnie with some strength. But it's not going to be wicked. It's just, it does have that little comma hanging off the bottom here. So, it doesn't look like it's got wind in it. Maybe a little bit gusty winds, but not enough to do any damage. If I put the pointer on here, the winds are only like 20, 30, 35 at the most miles per hour. And here's a secret: if you get the radar, if you're in Baltimore like Zoe is, or around there, you can click on the radar for BWI and use the airplane's radar that they use to land with. It doesn't have all the features and options, but it's got a lot better detail up close. And it sees lower into the sky than the big Sterling radar, which is way over here looking. You know, the nearest radar is Sterling to see Baltimore, or Dover, which is even further away. I'm curious now. Let's see how far that is. So, to see Baltimore, the east side of Baltimore, it's 53 miles from all the way from Sterling, Virginia. And the Dover radar is lower in the sky, but by the time it gets all the way over, Baltimore, it's about the same. Well, it's even more, 62. So what I do is I take a look from all three angles. Let's look at it from all three angles. We look at it from the Sterling radar, Sterling, Virginia, over here, 53 miles away. We're looking at the backside. And then we look at it from the front side, from Dover. But it's out there pretty far. It's right on the edge of its limit. We flip it to velocity. But it's got some gusts in there generating. See how it's got the brighter shades? That's the faster movement on the velocity radar. But that's still only 35, 40, like I was saying. But we're looking way up higher in the sky. So the minimum height that the radar can see close by is like 3,000, 2,000 feet. And the further away you get from the radar site, the higher up towards the edge you're seeing. So at the lowest elevation tilt, it's a 3-degree tilt. So if that's 100 feet in the sky on that tower, by the time you get 100 miles out, you know you're looking way up in the sky. But we're going to see this through the night, waves of storms, but they're shooting across in random patterns, and they're getting smaller and smaller because it's the middle of the night. Just like we have magic hour during the day when the storms peak and all of a sudden explode between 3 and 4 o'clock, and they call it magic hour because all of a sudden we've reached the solar amount, the maximum solar energy amount that the atmosphere can hold, and that's why the fuel reaches the maximum amount, and then blammo, storms explode. The opposite happens. They call it diurnal heating. There's a peak high temperature, there's a peak low temperature, and that's the diurnal cycle, and that's what drives our internal clock as well. Helps too. The sun going up and then coming down. The temperature goes up and comes down. That is the diurnal cycle. So probably you can see here, well, actually let's look at the let's go to the Windy app. I need to see a few things before I can say for sure. The Windy app is good for real meteorological type things, like all the details that you need, temperatures and dew points and all that data for when you're actually doing a forecast and not just reposting people's hard work. So wind gusts tomorrow, not a big deal. Let's advance the clock. Wednesday, 5 p.m. That's about the peak of the storms. So we're looking at 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts on average in the area, which indicate that it's going to be a little stormy. However, what I'm looking for is the pressure. Barometric pressures. Right here. And I'll make this bigger for you. So what drives our chronic pain is big swings in the pressure from high to low. And we need to turn on isobars. Now how did that get? No, it's not logged in, so I'm not in my account, but that's fine, it doesn't matter. I have the pro level, which is a little better. This is good enough. So if you zoom out, here's a big nasty low pressure over here, right? zoom way out, you can see the big high pressures and the low pressures. They call it a high pressure dome, and that's usually bringing heat with it, and that'll be what's moving in next week and the end of the week. But what's happening now is we're caught between a high pressure dome over the Caribbean, and as you can see, those swirls. Let me make it even bigger for you. This is important for chronic pain patients to understand, so I'll give you a quick lesson on that. Basically, whenever these isobar lines, which are just lines that connect equal pressure readings in barometric pressure, so all along this line is everywhere that is at 29.94. All along this line, 29.88. And that indicates the pressure is rising and the pressure is stable along those lines. A low pressure has very tight isobar lines around it, and that's why the storm swirls and you get that buzzsaw effect for hurricanes and stuff, nor'easters and all. So the deeper that low pressure is, the stronger the storm is, because the faster the air is trying to rush in around to get to that low pressure and even it out. All barometric pressure is the act of a high pressure and a low pressure trying to even each other out. And the winds in between are where we get caught. The tighter these lines are, the tighter the steeper the barometric pressure is going to change, which also brings higher wind speeds, especially when you're out in the the weather is definitely affecting your sinuses and all, but that's probably allergy related and definitely related to the smoke the past couple days. My eyes have been real puffy, and I've had a tickle in the back of my throat ever since that smoke was here from the wildfire the other day. So why did it turn that back off? I need that on. Turn that back on. Thank you. So if we add the radar in on top of this, we've got a low pressure here, and we know they spin like a buzzsaw counterclockwise. There's a high pressure down here, and they spin clockwise. So that is spitting warm air up at us, and we're getting that warm Bermuda air from the south this way, and then the low pressure out over Chicago is spinning, and it's pushing it cold air down out here in the Midwest, and that's what's pushing this storm system out here. So we have these, I call them travel lanes, in between the lows and the highs. See how they're all basically evenly spaced, and the Appalachians happen to run the same place. Whenever these barometric pressure lines line up between the low pressure and the high pressure, which is pushing the air up in there, we get these storms, and it'll just pulse after pulse of energy. And if I put it in motion, you'll see what I mean. So they're all riding up along because this storm is spinning like this. And if I put the archive to 12, oh, I have premium. I'm just in the wrong account. Let's open it in this other page. This will make more sense when I can actually do it. So I don't think the Mid-Atlantic's going to be too active. It's just going to be, we're not looking at quite serious storms. We're just looking at average for our type of region storms. Okay, now this is the pro level in my proper account. And I can show you on the radar. And let's turn off the fire dots. On the ice line. ISO lines of pressure are even points, and I use millibars because science. So this is my own custom coloring. It looks more dramatic than it is, so don't mind that. However, you can see these storms moving all in the same direction, and that's because of these lines of pressure that are equal. If you zoom way out, you got a low pressure down here, high pressure over here, low pressure up here, causing all this mess. And there's a nasty one up there that's really strong, and that's creating these travel lanes of storms where they can come from the south and move right up along the Appalachian Mountains and into the northeast. Tomorrow this will be more aligned east of the mountains than west like it has been. So when you look at the big radar, it'll make more sense. Let me pull that back over here where it belongs. Put this back over here. I'm too tired to operate this thing. Messed up, sorry. And then we're gonna turn off all these stupid dots for spotter network. Do not need cyclone port 1. This time of night there are no storm chasers. We can turn off all the radar sites and put it on MRMS. There was a big bright flash at my house just now. On my cameras I saw it in Harford County. Really bright, lit up the whole room from my iPad. So this shows all the storms in the country at the same time, and it shows the basic fronts that are set up. They're still having all that mess out there in the Midwest right now, but excuse me. On this one you can see the mountains, so it's easier to understand. See the Appalachian Mountains right through here. There's another one. So that storm's getting close to Harford County where I'm at. Yep, right there. So you can see these mountains very clearly here. And the pressure in the Atlantic basically is working like this. They always do the high pressure in blue. And the center of it's out there over Bermuda. And these go clockwise. They spin like a clock normally spins. Low pressure is up here over Chicago, and they do those in red. So that low pressure spins counterclockwise, just like a hurricane and a nor'easter. And they have a dirty side where the storms always happen, which is the northeast quadrant of the low pressure. So, and that goes off. So if these, let me do the purple, not to confuse anybody. So if the blue is pumping the warm air up the coast at us, but the low is pumping the cold air on its back western side down into the Midwest, causing storms, they're meeting in the middle, and the jet stream, of course, comes into play, which is set up over top of us, and that's from west to east also. So it's generating this flow that we currently have, and that's the direction the storms are moving currently, more or less. They kind of follow the mountains. Now tomorrow, well, by this time 12 hours from now, 3 o'clock in the afternoon instead of 3 o'clock in the morning, the sun will have been baked over top of this area all day, And this flow, because the low pressure is moving and the high pressure is moving as the planet spins under it, always moving to the east. Yeah, there's another small storm down by Martinsburg that you're going to have pass by. It's even smaller. What happens is this is all going to be jogged over further to the east. So now we'll have that flow over here. And since the mountains aren't in the way and they're not riding up and down over top of the mountains, and the mountains are a lot higher, 2,000 to 3,000 feet above sea level, now we are talking about the landmass to the east of these mountains, where the altitude above sea level is only 400 or 500 feet at most. The highest point on the whole Delmarva Peninsula is only like 100 feet above sea level. And then from Frederick to Baltimore, it's basically totally flat compared to the rest of the mountains. So the mountains will act like a fence and a guiding path, and these storms will pump up over top of unrestricted areas, and that allows them to spin, unfortunately. So this is the kinked up front right now. This will be moved out further here, and then you'll have more like this. The low that was out over Chicago will be up here instead of over there, and those winds will be pumping around that low. Right? Because that's a buzzsaw low pressure, even though it's weak. But that Bermuda high will also be, out here further east as well. So that'll be, lost control, pumping up like this. And then we get our purple convergence area of storms where it's mixed together, and two different air masses are mixing together right over top of us. And that's what our marginal risk shows. So that's the big setup in the atmosphere on a grand scale, right? And I explained that as clearly as I could. If you go and click on the severe weather outlook for day 2, which is tomorrow during the day, for damaging winds, look at the shape, just as I described. And they'll come from the south and go to the north, while that whole frontal system keeps jogging to the east. That low pressure gets a big comma shape on it. I'll do Thursday in just a second. The same thing's gonna basically happen on Thursday. So the low pressure will be here tomorrow, and we'll have this flow pumping storms. And then the Bermuda high will be feeding them in this direction, because it spins clockwise. So that feeds it in this way. And then there's another component that you don't see on these maps, but on the windy map I could show you, but I'll just use orange. The Gulf Stream current, have you ever heard of that? The Gulf Stream current is that warm water off the shore. It comes up the coast like this, and then it turns out, and all the way from the Caribbean down by the coast. It's pretty wide, and that's that hot water. So if you were able to, or if you get in a boat and you leave Ocean City and go straight out to sea, and the fishermen will tell you this, confirm it, the water's cold close to the beach because the opposite current happens as it spins. And we get that cold water coming down the coast. Right, well, it kind of pulls up right here. And that's why the water is always cold in Ocean City. But if you go 100 miles off the coast, 50 miles to 100 miles from Ocean City straight out, and get through that cold water, you'll run into the Gulf Stream current. And even in the winter time, in the dead of February, that water is 72, 75 degrees. Right now it's over 80 degrees out there. So when this high pressure is spinning the atmosphere at us and coming up through North Carolina and against the coast, it's crossing that hot water that's steamy, and it picks up all that moisture, and that's why we get these wicked storms, because the cold air is coming around the backside from Canada around this low. So that cold air gets dragged behind here, and it runs into this warm Bermuda hot air, which is really should be red. I don't know why they do the colors opposite of what it is. So that stormy hot air comes off the ocean, and it is close to the ocean. It's like 84, 85 degrees down here. Hot water. And the bays are even hotter. So that tropical moisture is going to come in from the Bermuda high and run into these cold currents of air coming down from Chicago, Detroit, and Michigan, and slam into each other over Virginia as they travel north. And we'll get these pulses of energy that were out here today coming up the mountains over this open, flat area, and that's bad for tornadoes, bad for storm development. So this is the damaging wind outlook. 15% chance that any storm in a 25-mile radius from any point that you're standing on can create a damaging wind. That's what that statistic means. Same thing with the tornadoes, but it's a lot less risk for tornadoes tomorrow. Only 2% chance again tomorrow in our region. But it's the same setup causing it. So everything I just showed you is what creates that. But the mountains will be the fence this time. Instead of them being in this region, because the low pressure was further to the west, so the high was pushing it this direction more, and then the air was coming in this direction, and the storms were coming up the mountains the long way. And the cross is what creates tornadoes. Same thing will be happening tomorrow, but it'll be more pronounced going this direction, but more to the north than the west. And then the low pressure will be closer to us, and we'll feel it, but it will also help be conducive to that damaging wind potential, because we'll have less of a cross but more of a forward gusting potential. Straight line winds will be able to pop out of these storms and down to ground level. Now Thursday, they don't give us much detail. I won't get enough detail to tell exactly what the setup will be On day 3, it's categorical or probabilistic. See that? On day 1 and day 2, day 1 is current, day 2 is tomorrow, and that doesn't change until 8 o'clock in the morning. Thursday, all they give us is a categorical idea of where storms will be, and we need to turn off the other one. So probabilistic is the same setup because it's going to stall out. So Wednesday and Thursday, basic same setup that I just explained. Thursday will be worse because the temperatures will be higher. We'll be exposed to this condition longer, so the warm southern air will have been flowing longer, and that's why we're going to have heat advisory effects until 8 p.m. Thursday, from 11 a.m. today till 8 p.m. Thursday. So heat index value is up to 99 tomorrow now. This was supposed to be for Thursday during the day, and they moved it, advanced it up to today. This afternoon it's going to be hot. When it gets over 85 degrees and you have that southerly flow with convection mixing of layers left and right over top of each other, crossing different layers, altitude layers of the atmosphere, it can turn violent. Because of the extremes of the temperature help create a bigger contrast. 5,000 feet up, it might only be 45 degrees. 10,000 feet up, it's definitely like getting close to freezing. 15,000 feet up in the sky, it's freezing the higher you go. So Thursday and Wednesday severe zones are the same basically, because as this advances to the east, it's moving very slow and it's going to be stalled out. So, but the problem is Thursday will have been exposed to the heat longer, and therefore the ground level to the upper atmosphere level contrast will be greater, and that is what creates more severe weather, or stronger severe weather. That's how hot air balloons steer too. If you need to go left, you go up to the altitude that the winds are blowing to the left. If you need to go right, you lower and get into the winds that are blowing to the right. At different layers of the atmosphere, height-wise, different things are happening, and they're crossing each other. And I've shown time-lapse videos on my storm cam of layers of clouds that are going left to right, but above that you can see through the spotted clouds that they're going at a different speed and a different direction in the next layer up. And that's basically that crossing pattern, when you add storms to it, is what causes convection, and they call that CAPE. You can measure that. The CAPE index is what that value is, determining how I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but I'm too tired, but that basically means the amount of available convective energy. CAPE stands for convective available percentage or something like that. I'm too tired to think of it, and I'm too aggravated to look it up. But basically it just means the difference in one day to the other in the CAPE value. The higher the CAPE value is, above 1,000, the better chance of severe weather. And I haven't looked to see what ours is for tomorrow, but I can pull it up on the Windy app. But let's get this back to where it was, so we can check these storms out up close again before we do all that. I'll turn that back off. Put all that away, because I hear the storm booming, and that's probably that next storm, unless this one flared back up. Yeah, it's just the front edge of it. So now what's happening is we're getting a link, a boundary layer link between these two storms, and that can be causing lightning. Yeah, I think it has actually had some lightning in it. So like I was saying, we're going to have storms all night, but at this level, not, you know, dangerous or extreme, just loud. So that's our first wave. And that's made it over here into Harford County now, on top of me. But it's fallen apart a lot. And stretched out. And they tend to recharge a little bit when they get over the bay, because the bay water is warm. Warmer than the air temperature this time of year. After Memorial Day, the bay acts as a energy adder and recharges storms as it causes them to flare back up. Before Labor Day, it acts as a energy sink, and it pulls energy out of storms as they try to cross and kills them, because the water temperatures are lower than the air temperature by a good bit, especially in the spring. But sometimes that contrast can be detrimental and cause storms to flare up, depending upon the direction and all the different atmospheric crap that's going on. But here we see our third storm now, or fourth at this point, and we're getting a link here between the two, because the atmosphere is changing constantly, and that setup for tomorrow is starting to form, because it's already, 3:30 in the morning. So we are at our lowest peak energy for the day. The bottom of the diurnal heating cycle is between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. And our lowest low temperatures happen right before sunrise. So we're going to have the same setup tomorrow and Thursday. And as the mountains guide these storms more south to north, they're going to have the potential to spin up and rotate, cause a couple tornado warnings again. And that thing is loud. I got my window open behind me, so you may be able to hear it. This weird sharp lightning is cloud to cloud lightning. When you hear it crack really bright, but it doesn't boom. You get that high pitched crack, and it kind of rolls. That's cloud to cloud jumping. When you hear that big earth shaking, wall shaking, window shaking, rattling boom, that's a cloud to ground strike, because it's cracked the air at ground level and created like a subwoofer would. That big bass cannon boom concussion. But the cameras are froze, so let me see if I can get them to work again. Let's try moving to a different route. Let's stop the radar. Take a look at what we've got. That's a lot of lightning going on there. And I think that's that secondary set of storms probably cracking off. That one just hit in Baltimore City. Right there. It hit Fells Point. Look, I can zoom in and see where that lightning hit. Exactly. It hit that tall building on Bond Street in Fleet, right next to H&A Bakery. Is that the Natty Bow Tower? No. It might be. That might be the clock tower, the Natty Bow clock tower. It gets hit a lot. So that wouldn't surprise me if that's where that cross hit. Lightning strike. And then this one's fading out before it disappears. We'll see where it hit. It hit in town up north of Fulton Avenue by McCullough. So Druid Hill Park gets hit a lot because it's high up in the sky comparatively. It's 0 feet above sea level at Fells Point, And the northwest corner by Pimlico, it's 450 feet above sea level. That's the difference from one end of Baltimore to the other in height. It's pretty crazy. Not a whole lot of lightning going on now, though, which is a good sign. So this is falling apart. When you get these bubbling, round-looking bulges out of a straight line, that means it's coming apart, raining itself out quickly. However, it's transferring energy along the front. There's a sub-frontal boundary set up here, and it's what's feeding this dude here energy over the Frederick to Shepherdstown, and then like Ballinger Creek, Frederick, back down to Harper's Ferry. But this is shrinking up quickly too, and there's a few more back behind there. Another one right there. You get back down to Charleston radar, and there's some energy, and that's that flow that I was telling you about between the two, the high and the low pressure. That's just feeding storms up through the mountains. That will be over here on our side of the mountains tomorrow and Thursday. So this temperatures will be a lot higher on this side, humidity will be a lot higher, and allowing for more cape and energy in the storm. So they're going to be a little more stronger, but I really don't think that it's going to be extreme. Wow, that lightning is bright white. Alright, I'm going to take a break for a second, but the storms that we're having now, it's just some lightning. It's not really storms. Tomorrow during the day, I-95, like Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and Dover, all those cities, Harrisburg, Lancaster, not really in the mountains, but over along the I-95 in the bay is where the storms will be. So you're good for tonight. But I know it bothers everybody to have loud lightning this time. There's not much else going on in the country, so I figured I would just concentrate on our area since it was going to be stormy all night. But we're at the bottom of the energy barrel now, so we're going to get lightning strikes, but we're not getting anything crazy. Looking out west, they still have a severe thunderstorm warning up for another hour and a half, it looks like. They've been getting hammered every night, late at night. Look at that mess. But see, it's breaking up too. See how it's getting all stripy and bubbly looking? You put that in motion, 30 frames, it was solid and chucking along, and then this time of night it starts breaking up. But that convection, see how that convection is going on there? The storm is moving in one direction, but the storms are bubbling off in a different area, almost like the bottom of a boiling pot. And that's when you get severe weather. Tornadoes and damaging wind gusts of 80, 90 miles an hour. So we don't have to worry about that tonight. Yeah, those long rumbles, when you hear those long rumbles like that, that's cloud to cloud. And it's way up in the sky, like 20, 30,000 feet, jumping from one cloud to the next. Makes that long, loud thunder that just rolls and rolls forever. It's scary sounding, but it's actually better because that's not hitting the ground. It's getting foggy out there too. I know Ocean City was pretty bad last night for a while. I wish the cameras would work. Let's look at the local webcams. Oh, let's go to Windy. I can pull cams on Windy with the Pro. So this Windy app is quite useful at the Pro level, and it's not that expensive, but you got to know what you're doing with it. So let me set it up so you can see it. We'll make it nice and big. Pull that over here. Let me grab mine and get it where I can see it. That's too big. So, get rid of that pin. And let's look at webcams. I can turn the webcams on. Man, my allergies are killing me now, suddenly. Rehoboth Beach area. Can't really see anything. We can move down to Ocean City. It's really foggy on the boardwalk right now. Pretty cool. Look at that, that's live right now, Ocean City Boardwalk. Very foggy down there, that's why they have the dense fog advisory. Then we can do, whoops. Pull that down a little bit. And I still have the radar up behind this, so I can see what's going on. But don't worry about that. It's just lightning. It's not going to go crazy anytime soon. It's just making a lot of noise. Here's one of my favorite webcams. Deal, Maryland, Annapolis. This is the Annapolis Yacht Club. Creepy looking. And Baltimore from a distance. Really good skyline shot. These are private webcams, by the way. And I cannot breathe. I need to hit my allergy medicine up. That's what's going on. 3 hours past when I should have taken it. DC, Washington, DC. It's getting foggy. The old robbery central where everybody robs us. Pretty cool shot, but it's getting real humid and foggy down there too. Makes for a good camera shot though. I can put the weather radar up on this, but it's scary looking. Custom colored. You put the satellite up, it looks better. Just small little bubbles of storms. Alright, I'm gonna have to take a break for a few minutes. I'll put this back down. And I'll put the Capitol building on. And then I'll move it out of the way. Shrink it back down. So loud thunder, but like I said earlier, you would have loud thunder all night, but nothing dangerous. Put that in motion so we can watch them fall apart, and I'll be right back.